We are Mondo. Welcome to the confession booth. This is a safe, non-judgmental space, a place for honesty, reflection, and vulnerability. If you carry guilt, regret, or even curiosity about your actions and their impact on the climate, this is your moment. Have you ever thrown away food that you could have eaten, driven when you could have walked, bought fast fashion you didn't really need, ordered something online you knew would arrive in plastic? We all have. We live in a world where convenience often comes before consciousness. But today is not about shame. It's about recognition, about choosing to see the connection between the little things we do and the bigger system they belong to. So if there's something weighing on you, something you've done or didn't do that might have added to the climate crisis, now is your time to confess. You are not alone. This is where we begin again. Humans are part of systems. Some systems are hard to escape, but honesty breaks cycles. So ask yourself, what small truth can I speak today? If you're not sure where to begin, here are some thoughts to sit with. I've left the lights on when I didn't need to. I've bought fast fashion without thinking twice. I've thrown away food I could have saved. I've scrolled past news I didn't want to face. I've bought things I didn't need. I've told myself it doesn't matter, someone else will fix it. I've stayed silent when I could have spoken. There is no right confession, no perfect sentence, only the act of being present with your truth. We are Mondo and we're listening. Your life receipt isn't printed just yet.
Thank you for making a safe space to talk about climate change. I do feel like there's a stigma surrounding the topic of climate change, and most of the time it does make me feel guilty knowing I probably do things to contribute to it. Okay, so I know what I'm doing isn't great, but I feel like it's a part of my lifestyle. Actually, everyone's. I drive literally everywhere. I feel like it's common sense that petrol is a major source of greenhouse emissions. I feel like it contributes to climate change. And have you ever seen those graphics of how many people can fit into a bus over a car? I want to be that person that takes the bus. I really do. But at the end of the day, it's just not convenient. I don't live on a bus route and it would add hours to travel. And I really like my personal comfort. Yeah, sure, I feel like a small amount of guilt surrounding this, but I mean, how much difference would it make if I stopped driving?
Thank you for confessing. That's really brave you can come up here and say that. I think a lot of people are in the exact same spot, where awareness exists but habits are louder. Can I ask, do you wish you could change?
I mean, maybe. I feel it most when I'm sitting in traffic with the air conditioner blasting. I mean, I could take the bus, I guess, but I don't really want to, and not for my whole commute anyway.
That's totally fair. And the truth? The systems in Australia aren't set up to make climate choices easy. It is hard to look at our individual efforts as progress. Because like you said, everyone does it, so why should I have to change? In fact, 56.6% of Australians drive to work every day. I think the reality of you having awareness and coming up to speak today is the first step for progress. How many climate change awareness campaigns are there? You're already there. You're already mindful. If driving a car is your thing, so be it. It's not uncommon. That being said, the goal isn't to be perfect, it's to be intentional. Climate change action doesn't have to be a sacrifice. Sometimes it's just a different rhythm. We are Mondo and we're listening. Your life receipt isn't printed just yet. Thank you for your time.
Hi, okay, this one's hard to admit. I talk about climate change and I repost stuff and I criticize corporations, but behind the front, I'm obsessed with online shopping, like a package a day obsessed. And you know what's funny? They all come in plastic packages. Something about me is that Online, I preach about shopping and non-fast fashion, small designer brands. I think it's good for my image, and the other clothes are higher quality and less likely to go to landfill. Thinking about Temu gives me shivers. Promoting cheap, mass-produced items, I think all the ads and the propaganda is getting into my head. Corporations like this literally encourage you to buy more than you need. This is my consumption, but this is my consumption of clothes any better if they still come in these plastic packages? I know I have a positive ideology on fast fashion, but really am I any better than those that I preach to?
That's such an honest take, and thank you for going there. Can I ask, do you actually feel like you're faking it?
Yeah, sometimes I do. I believe that I say what I say, but I don't really live it. I don't shop on Temu, but I still consume. This disconnect makes me feel like a fraud.
Okay, I hear you, but let me offer you this. I think what you're feeling isn't fraudulent behaviour, it's internal conflict, and conflict means you care. If you didn't care, none of this would bother you.
But how can I post about sustainability but still shop the way I do?
Because we live in the world we do, the system is built to make overconsumption easy and addictive. The ads are designed to target your impulses. The packaging, built for speed and not climate awareness. The fact that you see it and are questioning it is already a step most people don't take. So with your awareness, let it guide you, not shame you. Next time you're online, you could talk about this exact struggle. Your voice is stronger when it's real. I think your already strong outlook could help others on their journey to awareness and accountability. So let's be honest, that's what makes it easier, and that's what makes people listen. Not perfection, just progress. We are Mondo, we're listening, your life receipt isn't printed just yet. Thank you for your time.
Okay, my confession. I actually think I do physical things to battle climate change. I take the bus, I'm a vegetarian, and I'm mindful about my energy consumption. But I turn a blind eye when it comes to the news. I hate the news in general, but especially climate news. It's morbid and I find it depressing. It's too much. The talk of floods, fire dangers, the temperatures rising. I can't carry all that and get through my day. It's not that I don't care, I care too much. It's got me thinking, if everyone turns off the news when a breaking story comes through, who's left?
I get where you're coming from, and thank you for saying what many people wouldn't admit. You're completely right. You're not turning away because you don't care, you care too much. Because every headline is horrific. And it's a sad truth of the current state of the world. At the moment, the political world is filled with hate speech, gun violence, and of course, climate change. But not one person can change any of these things by themselves. We're not wired to carry the weight of the planet's pain. And the climate crisis is not just physical, but emotional and spiritual. The world is where we all reside. But here's something to hold on to. You don't need to read every headline to stay connected. You don't need to feel crushed to be committed. Maybe it's not about consuming more news, but the right news. Stories of solutions, community projects, climate activists, and local wins. There is good news if you know where to look. And by the sounds of things, your own efforts are the right place to start. Stop caring about everybody else and start focusing on yourself. Just know that caring quietly is still caring. You don't need to have the world's disasters affecting your consciousness. Switch on when you feel ready. We are Mondo, and we're listening. Your life receipt isn't printed just yet. Thank you for your time. We are Mondo, and we're here to listen. Thank you to all those that had the courage to confess. It's a large step to take accountability, and no feeling is too big or too small. Your life receipt isn't printed just yet.
Unheard, everyone's favourite influencer who changed the way a generation looks at climate change, transforming a singular biodegradable cup into a multi-billion-dollar company. Laura Kirkland, she came from lowly beginnings of generational wealth, growing up in the dodgy eastern suburbs. She was able to transform her father's humble multi-million-dollar investment into a multi-trillion-dollar company.
Good afternoon, Sharks. My name is Steph, and I'm asking for $150,000 in exchange for 10% equity in my company, Reflecto Foam. Reflecto Foam is a rooftop paint that reflects sunlight and reduces heat absorption. Why is that important? Because cities around the world are experiencing higher and higher temperatures, largely due to the urban heat island effect, where buildings, concrete, and roads absorb the sun's heat during the day and release it long after the sun goes down, making cities several degrees hotter than surrounding areas. Our rooftops are a huge contributor to the problem, but Reflecto Foam makes them part of the solution. Reflecto Foam is a high-performance reflective paint designed specifically for roofs. It uses a proprietary blend of UV-stable polymers and reflective microbeads to bounce heat away from buildings before it's absorbed. And the difference is real. Compared to traditional roofing materials, it can reflect up to 42% more sunlight, keeping indoor spaces cooler by as much as 4 to 6 degrees Celsius in hot weather. And that means less air conditioner use, lower electricity bills, fewer emissions, a lighter load on the energy grid, and cooler neighbourhoods overall. It's simple, it's scalable, and it's ready for the market. We've already begun testing on low-income homes in Western Sydney in partnership with a local sustainability non-profit. Early results show a significant reduction in indoor temperatures, even without ceiling insulation. And we're currently in early conversations with 2 local councils about pilot programs for public housing and school buildings. Reflecto Foam isn't just paint. It's part of a bigger climate solution, one that doesn't require batteries, tech, or behaviour change, just a bucket of paint and a brush. I'm here because I believe rooftops across Australia and the world could be reflecting sunlight instead of absorbing it, and I'd love one of you to help me get there.
All right, Steph, I'll say it. It sounds like an eco dream. Long-lasting, scalable, cost-effective, and good for the planet. Where's the catch? What makes this different from, say, slapping on a regular white coat of paint on a roof?
Right, great question. Most white paints on the market are designed for walls, not rooftops. They fade quickly under UV, they chalk, and they don't maintain reflectivity. Reflecto Foam is engineered specifically for sun-exposed roofs, using a blend of UV-resistant polymers and glass microbeads. It resists weathering, it doesn't crack, and it stays bright and reflective for up to 7 years. More importantly though, it's non-toxic, water-based, low VOC, and fully recyclable. It's a green product through and through.
I love that. So many of these climate solutions are just too expensive or complicated. This is a simple, low-tech, but fast impact product. And it sounds like you've thought about long-term durability?
Yes. We've done accelerated aging tests simulating 10 years of UV and rainfall. It held up better than elastomeric roof coatings and didn't blister or peel. And because it's breathable, it prevents mold and moisture issues too.
Okay, well, I'm going to push again because you never actually answered my question in the first place, but what does this actually do for the environment on a macro scale?
Okay, let's talk about it. First, cooling buildings directly reduces consumption, especially from air conditioners, which are energy intensive. That directly reduces CO2 emissions from power plants, especially in regions still reliant on fossil fuels. Second, widespread use of Reflecto Foam can help reverse the urban heat island effect. That means cooler cities, fewer heat-related illnesses, and less strain on public health systems. And third, passive cooling is one of the most overlooked tools in our climate toolbox. It doesn't require behaviour change or smart technology. It just works. It turns millions of rooftops into tiny climate shields.
Wow, that sounds brilliant. Yeah. It's an easy-to-use product that's fast-acting. I mean, that's the stuff that sells.
But still, it sounds too good. Like, what's to stop someone from copying it? Do you have a patent filed?
Yeah, we've filed a provisional patent, but what protects us is performance. We've run side-by-side demos where Reflectofoam kept a roof under 50 degrees Celsius, while a competing product went over 70 degrees Celsius. And we're documenting everything with thermal imaging and temperature sensors. More importantly, we're building partnerships. We're not just selling paint. We're offering certified training for installers, real data for councils, and a brand people can trust.
This sounds really promising, but I want to hear about more of your non-profit work.
Yeah, of course. We've partnered with a sustainability charity in Sydney's West to retrofit 12 homes in heat-stressed suburbs. These are often low-income families with poor insulation and limited access to housing. With Reflectofoam, we saw internal temp drops of 4 to 6 degrees Celsius, even without the fans or AC running. It's about climate justice. The people most affected by heat often have the fewest resources to fight it. This gives them back some control.
Okay, respect. I see what you're doing. That's a strong argument. So, what's the scalability like? If I'm the mayor of Brisbane and I want this on every roof in 5 suburbs, can we do it?
Yeah, we are ready to scale. We've secured a second manufacturer in Victoria, we're creating training modules for certified applicators, and we're already building conversations with government procurement teams who are prioritising sustainability under their new climate mandates.
Could you take this internationally? Like, I only want to buy in if this is going to go worldwide, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Reflective roofing is a massive growth area in hot climate nations like India, parts of the US, Southern Europe. Our paint's flexible enough to apply across different roofing styles. And we're looking at overseas distribution partners in 2026.
I'll give you this. It's well thought through, and the impact is very compelling, but I worry about adoption. Will homeowners buy in, and are councils just too slow to move?
It's a valid concern. That's why we're targeting both ends. DTC for people looking to retrofit sustainability, and government for large-scale implementation. Our website lets people buy easily and learn about eligibility for green rebates. And at the policy level, we're making the argument that it's cheaper than subsidies for aircon.
And it prevents the problem. It doesn't just react to it.
Exactly. We need prevention and resilience, not just crisis response.
Okay, it's smart, it's timely, but unfortunately, I'm not your investor. Hey, all right. I love what you're doing, but my portfolio isn't in climate or materials, unfortunately, so I'm out. But I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for this project. Unfrying the planet with paint. That's a headline I would love to see.
Oh, thank you, Kai. That means a lot.
You know what, Steph? I'm in 100%. This is one of the most mission-aligned, commercially viable products we've had on the pool. I'll offer you $150,000 for 15% of the company. And I'll bring my network in sustainable construction, local council contacts, and media connections to help spread your product. Together, let's put Reflectofoam where it belongs, in climate change action plans and on rooftops.
Deal.
Together, let's make a profit by cooling the world down.
Okay, but seriously, does no one else think that this sounds like a climate version of a fairy tale? A bucket of paint that cools cities, saves... Oh, jeez Louise, tough crowd. Cools cities, saves lives, cuts bills, reduces emissions, and makes money?
But you see, that's why I invested, because it sounds like a fairy tale. Climate change can be such a downer, and people want to throw money at magical products that are just going to be the solution. And let's be honest, cities are desperate for shovel-ready climate solutions that don't require billion or trillion-dollar investments.
Okay, so if we're investing in fairy tales now, I might just invest in Tinkerbell's new travel agency. But, nonetheless, how fast can you even scale something like that? And will governments even move quickly enough?
Well, they're already moving, and if they're not, then the private market does. People want their homes cooler and they want to pay less for more. The environmental benefits just happen to come along for the ride.
Still feels like wishful thinking.
Then call me wishful, because I'm going to make a lot of money from this. Green solutions can finally become good business, Kai. The climate isn't just a cause, it's now a market.
You're not wrong. I just didn't expect it to come in white paint.
Sometimes the world just needs a push in the right direction, one roof at a time.
and welcome to Eco Quizzards. My name is Sol Evergreen, and today we'll be asking these three wonderful contestants some eco-related questions. In addition, players will be competing for a very luxurious, mysterious prize for whoever has the most points. Now, let's welcome our contestants. Contestant number 1.
Hi, I'm Izzy. I'm a designer.
Contestant number 2.
I'm Kenzie. I'm also a designer.
And contestant number 3.
Hi, I'm Felicity. I'm not a designer.
Yeah, and again, I'm Sol Evergreen, and I'm not a designer. All right. Who's ready to start the quiz?
Super ready.
All right, Eco Quizzards, let's go. Question 1. On average, how many showers do people have per week? You have 10 seconds to write it on your board. Make it big and clear, please. All right, let's see those answers. Contestant number 1, what was your answer?
7.
All right, contestant number 2.
8.
And contestant number 3.
7.
Perfect. So, contestant number 2, you are correct. It is 8 showers per week. And just random question, how long are your showers?
Longer than I would like to admit.
Same.
I was going to say, I think it took like 20, 30 minutes today.
Oh, wow. I'm like 5 to 10.
No,
I wish. No, I lock in. I'm zoned in there. I practically live in the shower, actually.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's why my hair is just so luxurious. Question number 2. A typical passenger vehicle emits about 4.6 metric tons of CO2 per year. Approximately how much CO2 does one tree absorb in a year? You have 10 seconds starting now.
Oh, God.
All right. Contestant number 1, show me your answer.
10.
10. All right. Contestant number 2, show me your answer.
24?
Yep. And contestant number 3, show me your answer.
12.
All right. Do any of you want to explain why you gave that number?
I forgot the metric we were using.
So just 10.
They're just 10, yeah.
10.
Whatever 10 is.
Yeah. Anyone else?
I just panicked. I didn't
Panic,
hear
yeah.
the part about the cars. I was like, what was the numbers on the cars again?
I feel
right.
like it could be a lot lower.
All right. So, I mean, the metric might be off, but contestant number 2, you are on a roll. It is 25 kilograms of carbon dioxide.
Oh, okay.
Bonus question. How many trees for one passenger vehicle?
That's a lot of maths.
In tons still? Are we?
It is still in, so how many trees is the output of one car?
Oh, okay.
So it's 25 kilos to how many tons?
It's 25.
How many trees
How many trees? Okay.
sucks up the car? We'll give you another 10 seconds.
Thank you.
All right. Are you guys ready? Contestant number 1, show me your answer.
I just times it by 10.
250 with a little smiley face. Love it. And contestant number 2,
I don't know, 300.
300 with a question mark. All right. Contestant number 3.
Is that 1,000?
All right. So, oh, I might need to do some math here.
Oh.
Oh, I think the closest answer is contestant number 1. The answer is 184 trees.
Okay.
I'm sure that'll be fixed up by the score if I'm not doing my math correctly.
I think that's correct math.
And did any of you drive to uni today?
No, I
Or
won't.
to the studio, actually?
Yes. Yes, I did. Yeah.
Do we all take buses? What do we do?
I walk here.
Walk. Oh, you live close enough to walk.
I take a bus. It's like a 45-minute bus.
I took a very luxurious bus for game show hosts only. Yeah.
A lot of Fiji water.
So much Fiji water. Even some Voss water. Yeah.
Wow.
All right. Question number 3. Are you guys ready?
So ready.
All right. ChatGPT, a controversial topic, uses roughly half a liter of water for every question it answers. The average human drinks 2.8 liters of water per day. How many questions can you answer in a day?
Not this one.
Again, you have about 10 seconds. All right. Contestant number 1, show me your answer. All right.
I could do more, but I get tapped out.
Contestant number 2.
Oh, I just realized this is math related. I thought this was just like a generally related
Oh, I thought this was also generally like how many questions I can answer in a day. No,
It is.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
And contestant number 3.
Said not enough.
Not enough.
200.
200 question mark. Sorry, what were the numbers? I mean, yeah, I'm supposed to give the person who said the most correct, so 200.
I was going to write all of them.
I should have written all of them.
Infinity.
Yeah, all of them.
Ask me every question. I won't answer them though.
All right, question number 4. Are the contestants ready?
Yes.
Perfect. Australia expected to phase out coal-generated power by 2038. How old will you be in 2038?
Oh, boy.
10 seconds.
No, don't do this to me.
5 seconds.
No, don't do that. No.
2 seconds.
Okay.
It's rude to ask a woman's age.
All right, show me your numbers. Contestant number 1.
Is this 38?
All right, yes, 38. We'll go 38. That's a bit better. 30. Question number 2, 35. And contestant number 4.
34.
34. All right, so again, it just tells me points go to the highest number. So there we go. You're the oldest, so you win.
I don't know. I've been asked my 50 questions.
All right. Bonus question. You have until I count to 30 to draw yourself in 2038. 1,
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, etc. 20 seconds left. 15, halfway there. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's been 30 seconds. All right, contestant number 1, show me.
Dogs took over.
Okay.
And that's
I
what
like
I'll
it.
be in 2038.
You'll be a dog. All right, contestant number 2.
I'm tired.
You look like you're crying a bit there.
Oh, it's supposed to be eye bags. I panicked.
Oh, yeah.
Two things can happen at once.
You know what? You can be tired and sad. Contestant number 3.
I did thumbs up.
Oh, I'm putting that on the fridge. I think today, this is up to me because I'm an art critic as well. That was my actual job. I think contestant number 1 gets this one.
Aw.
I think, yeah. All right, go ahead and erase those answers, and we'll move on to the next actual question.
I only know how to draw cute dogs, so I'm glad it worked out.
It's a good skill to have.
Thank you.
All right, you guys ready for question number 5? All right, according to the CSIRO, how much would nuclear energy cost Australia to the nearest billion? You have 10 seconds, starting now. 5 seconds left. All right, guys, go ahead and show me contestant number 1.
35 billion.
35 billion. All right, contestant number 2.
Oh, it's really bad. It's supposed to be 27 billion.
27 billion. And number 3.
I also said 27 billion.
Ooh, all right then. It's a two-way tie because the correct number is actually surprisingly low, 9 billion.
Oh, I wasn't initially going to write that. Oh my god, I panicked.
I first went to
I panicked
That's a
when I
point
saw
for
your high numbers.
Yeah, that was your first mistake there.
That was my first mistake.
Not Jeopardy rules, yeah.
Wow.
Bonus question number 5. That's a weird question. How many cups of coffee is $9 billion?
4, with how it's going.
4 was how it's going.
You have 10 seconds.
Crazy.
Sorry.
Oh gosh.
All right, our little bonus question. It is time. Contestant number 1.
I think I didn't add an extra zero. I meant 90,000. It's 97.
We'll say it was 90,000. All right. Contestant number 2.
3 billion.
All right, and contestant number 3.
I said 8 billion.
All right, so the actual answer was 1.8 billion. So the answer is contestant number 2. You're closest.
Yay!
In this economy.
Question number 6. Are you guys ready? Perfect. Guys, you're doing great so far.
Thank you.
Question number 6. In 2023, 274 terawatts of electricity was produced by Australia. What % was produced by wind farms? You have 10 seconds. Just a couple seconds left. Hope you're ready. All right, pen's up. Oop.
And we'll just kind of leave that for that.
Contestant number 1, show me your answer.
I'm very hopeful, 25%.
All right. Contestant number 2.
18%.
And contestant number 3. Does anyone want to explain their answer?
I know it's not a majority, but like I think we still have quite a lot of wind farms.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a percentage, I suppose, but not as much as we'd like it to be.
Anyone else?
I drastically undercutted it, but I hope it's more. I hope it's more.
I was going to write 30, and then I thought that was too high. So we went 25.
All right, so contestant number 3, you were actually the closest. The answer is 12%.
Oh.
Yeah, not quite as much as we were all hoping for, really.
It's not the win we wanted.
No.
That's for sure.
It's the one we got.
The wind we need. All right, are we ready for question 7?
Yes, market retrieved.
Perfect. How much food waste does Australia create each year in tons? You have 10 seconds. There might be a decimal point in the answer, just saying. All right, you have a couple seconds left. All right, you guys ready? Contestant number 1, show me your answer.
1.4 million.
Awesome. Contestant number 2.
47.6 mil.
All right, and contestant number 3.
206.2 billion tons.
Right here it says 7.6 tons. I think that's slightly wrong. There might be a million missing. I could be wrong, but 7.6 tons sounds like not a lot. Either way, I'm going to give the answer to contestant number 1.
Wow.
I could be wrong.
Technicality is my favorite kind of win.
It's still closest.
I think so.
Yeah, I really don't know what was going on with that one. Yeah.
Anyway.
We'll fix it later.
I'll
Fix
take
it in
the point.
post.
Fix it in post.
It's live. It's fine. Which food is wasted the most? You have 10 seconds again. This is just our bonus question. All right. Are you guys ready? Contestant number 1, show me your answer.
Bread.
Contestant number 2.
Bread.
And bunch of smart people here. All right. You all get a point. Couple of eco-quizzards. All right, question number 8. True or false? Planting trees can completely reverse climate change. If you want me to say that again, I can. I kind of messed up my words.
No, I understood it.
All right. You have a couple seconds left. Contestant number 1. False. All right. Contestant number 2. False. Contestant number 3. False. And does anyone want to explain their answer?
Surely not.
Surely not.
Surely not. There's too much going on.
Can it be a she'll be right moment?
Maybe.
No, not really.
No. All
I'd
right,
like
well,
to see it, but surely not.
yeah, you guys all get a point. It is true.
Sad point.
The answer was false. While planting trees helps absorb CO2 and it is a valuable part of climate solutions, it cannot fully reverse climate change on its own. Reducing fossil fuel emissions, transitioning to renewable energy, and changing consumption patterns are also essential. All right, question number 9. Write down as many forms of renewable energy in 20 seconds. right, contestant number 1, show me your answers.
I got stumped.
2. All right, contestant number 3.
Got 3.
Awesome, and contestant number 4.
I mean, I got 4, but I got potato as well because they work as batches.
Yeah. All right, so the correct answer was solar, wind, hydropower, geothermal, biomass, ocean energy, and hydrogen. All right, we'll move on to our bonus question at the end here. All right, last 2 questions. What percentage of new cars sold in Australia are electric? All right, show me those answers.
15%.
15, 4, 6. All right, the answer is 8.45%. So our winner is contestant number 3. All right, very last, all right, we're gonna move on. All right, esteemed contestants, it's time to announce today's winner. All right, today's winner is contestant number 3. Are you ready to learn what your mystery prize is?
Yes.
All right, very exciting. You get to hold this piece of coal for 10 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
I'm so jealous.
He has eyes!
Oh my god.
All right, that's mine. Thank you. All right. That's all we have time for today, folks. Thanks for watching. My name is Soul Evergreen, and we'll see you never again.
know, I try to think of myself as an eco-friendly person, but it's like he tries to undo all of my hard work. I just wish for once he would respect my wishes. He always leaves the lights on. He never separates the recycling. He just puts it all in the same bin. And wait till you hear this. He drives to the pub that's 100 metres down the road. He drives there. I'm seriously fed up with it. So that's why I decided we should come and see you.
No.
See what I mean? He just doesn't care.
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I feel like whatever I do, she's never happy.
Ugh, there was the time he tried to cook.
Seriously, Cole? An oil spill? Renee, oil spills happen all the time. Look at these stock prices.
Well, can you clean it up?
Yeah, just give me a moment. I'm just eating.
So of course, I end up having to clean his mess. I'm the one who always ends up cleaning his messes.
I told her this before. She just goes straight to yelling at me. I was going to clean it up later. I go to the kitchen and it's already gone. I just can't win.
Well, maybe you should have cleaned it up before I slip and break my neck.
What can I say? I just like to live in the moment.
Well, someone has to think of our future.
Babe, there's no use crying over spilled oil.
See, he always gaslights me.
Why, for sure, baby. We're only finite.
It's just deny.
Well, I just don't think I'm doing anything wrong.
I just feel like we're always fighting and our home environment is so toxic. I feel like I'm suffocating. I wish you would just listen to me for once.
Well, that's how you feel. I just think that she should just get over it.
Oh my God, you're completely in denial. I'm sorry. I cannot take this anymore. I need to leave.
Renee, no, you're being dramatic. Come on.
News. In a shocking turn of events, Renee Urbels has been arrested for the murder of her husband, Colin Gass. Authorities describe the event as a calculated act, some a form of ultimate protest, others a heinous crime. Either way, the fossil fuel titan is dead. Follow along with us as the story unfolds.
Tonight's special guest is a highly controversial figure whose name once dominated headlines, courtrooms, and dinner tables. One you either rallied behind or cursed under your breath. Good evening, everyone. I'm your host, Ebony, and welcome back to Earth Now. After a riveting 9-month-long trial, our next guest was convicted and sentenced to 25 years in prison. Her case consumed the minds of the nation as people debated whether she was a martyr or murderer. Now, nearly 20 years later, she's been released on good behaviour, and her brand new memoir, Life After Cole, is already topping bestseller lists. For the first time, she's telling her story in her own words. Please, everyone, give a warm welcome to Renee Urbels.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much for being here, Renee.
Thank you, Ebony. It's so weird to sit on this side of the screen for once. I've actually been a big fan of your show for years. You get a lot of TV time in prison.
Oh, well, glad to hear we've got such a wide viewer base. But seriously, look, Everyone's quick to ask why you did it, to dig into the headlines, the motives, the details. But now that you're actually here, all I want to really ask is, how are you going?
You know, after 20 years, that's the first time someone's actually asked me that question. I'm doing well, thank you.
So, 20 years behind bars. What's it like finally breathing fresh air?
Well, when you're locked up, you spend a lot of time thinking about life on the outside. But as the years go by, it starts to feel more and more foreign. You walk out expecting sunshine and rainbows, and instead, you feel the heat rising, hotter than it ever used to be. Some things have changed, but people haven't changed. Not really. There's still so much progress to be made.
It's very, very true, Renee. Now, what's the first thing you did when you got out?
It's funny, you know. There was so much I wanted to do, but when it really came down to it, the first thing I did was just go for a walk in the park. I just wanted to see some trees, touch some grass, and get a breath of fresh air. After decades of filtered air and concrete floors, I just wanted to feel alive again.
I can only imagine how that felt.
It was unreal.
So, let's talk about the book, Life After Coal. Why now? Why speak out after all these years of silence?
Well, Ebony, as you can imagine, I had a lot of time in my hands. But honestly, it took years before I could even begin writing. For a long time, I was just numb to it all. But then something began to rise to the surface. At first, it was truly just for me, diary entries, if you will. But after a while, it became so much more. Still, for years, I was terrified my words would be twisted, turned into hashtags and headlines. But silence, I realised, is just another kind of fuel for the fire, and it goes against everything I stand for.
Absolutely. Your book has been flying off the shelves. It's quite spectacular that even 20 years later, people are still desperate to hear your story.
Well, I think this story continues to be relevant. You know, even though coal is gone, it's just one piece of the puzzle. The Earth is still warming at alarming rates. Come on, it's nearly 2050 and we still haven't reached our climate targets. We need to wake up ASAP.
Good point. But by the way, I've seen some great TikTok edits of you. Yeah, have you guys seen them? Yeah. Yeah. Let's take a quick look.
Never could you see me. When you this fresh, everybody wanna greet me. Check the clock, now I check my wrist. Ice so bright, the whole room stay lit. I know. You wanna match my style. You haven't seen someone like me in a while. It looks easy.
Look, the people are loving it, Renee. Seems like you have quite a few supporters in the audience. How does that make you feel?
It means the world, and it really reflects in the book sales. It's 1.1 million sold and a New York Times bestseller.
Wow. Well, in chapter 7 of your book, you say something quite interesting. Let me just get that page. Every day, little by little, coal and gas poisoned the air around me, killing me slowly but surely. Isn't it still self-defense to finally push back? That line's been polarizing, to say the least. What did you mean by that?
I meant exactly what I said. We talk about violence like it's a moment, a punch, a scream. But Ebony, they poison our food, our water, our air. It's sinister and slow. And for years, coal was at the forefront of that violence. The countless oil spills, natural disasters, the endless fumes, death by 1,000 cuts.
So you just snapped one day?
No, Ebony. I took action. I was sick of the polite petitions and peaceful protesting. He never listened. These kinds of people don't bat an eyelash at it. At some point, you have to kick up enough fuss so that they actually hear you scream.
But you killed a man, your husband, Renee. Are you saying violence is the answer?
Well, I'm not proud of it, am I? I'm not encouraging violence. I'm just trying to explain where I was coming from.
But you kind of are. Some could say writing a book about it is promoting it.
Look, I did the crime, I did the time. What else do you want me to say? That I regret it? Of course I regret it. Do you think anyone wants to rot in prison for nearly half their life?
Well, no. I understand.
You just regret getting caught.
But think of all the lives I've improved or even saved by killing coal.
Well, you just ruined my life. Cole employed me, provided for my family. Yeah, I don't even feel bad at all.
Well, I'm sorry for what happened to you and your family. I really am. But what Cole was doing to us in the long run, including you and your family, is far more sinister. Look, I didn't come here to relive my trial. I'm at peace with what I've done, and I'm not asking you to agree with my actions, but let me ask you this. What would you have done in my place? Would you have signed another petition, written another letter to your local politician who are all being paid off by the same people? How many more oil spills, floods and fires have to happen before you say enough is enough? If someone was coming for your home, your future, your life, your family, how long would it take you to call it self-defense?
You're a murderer. Get out of here.
He got what he deserved.
Well, that's all we have time for tonight, folks. Thank you for tuning in, and make sure you grab your copy of Life After Coal. I'm your host, Ebony, and this has been Earth Now. Good night.
afternoon, class. Welcome, welcome. And hello to those tuning in from home. If you can hear and see me, can you say hello?
No, I need to go.
She helped you out last time.
Yeah.
I don't even want to go anyway. It's like, you need to help out.
Present, miss.
I don't know
Okay,
what to do.
amazing. All right, class, can we quiet down now, please?
I don't know what to do. I'm not going to. I literally cannot do it.
All right, it's time to settle down. We're cutting into your learning time now. Thank you. All right, guys. In today's history lesson, we'll be diving into a new topic about the Earth. And more specifically for today, the rise and fall of Mother Nature. Does anybody know who or what that is? All right, well, let's just get started then. Easy question. Who knows what the Earth is?
I don't know, you're the teacher. Tell us.
Well, a long time ago, we used to live there. But can anyone tell me why we left?
Didn't it get too cold or something?
No, I thought it was the other way around, like hot like an oven.
Guys, it's obviously because the moon fell down.
Well, it's obviously not that.
Well, how was I supposed to know? She's the teacher. Why can't you tell us?
Okay, those are quite some answers. And whilst I usually say there are no wrong answers when it comes to learning, they were all incorrect. Can anyone tell me who Mother Nature is?
The mother of nature?
All right, let's have a break from questions for a bit and just dive straight into today's lesson, okay? Now, to begin with, to understand the overall downfall of Mother Nature, we first must understand her origin story. Mother Nature has been around since the Earth began, sharing the land with its various animals, such as the dinosaurs. She was one with the creatures, both big and small, maintaining the perfect environments for all species to live long and healthy lives.
Miss, you're telling me she lived happily with deadly animals like dinos, woolly mammoths and polar bears and they didn't try to kill her?
I know it's hard to believe, but she wasn't exactly like you and me. She was more of a divine entity, a keeper of the planet. The animals felt no threat by her presence, as they knew she meant no harm, only love and acceptance. Back then, the ocean was as pristine as bottled Fiji water. Before plastic infiltrated the shores, the marine life were untouched and healthy, just as equal to the land animals at the time.
So she could, breathe underwater?
She doesn't necessarily breathe. She is an all-ruling entity that's only task is to care for the planet. Once the Homo sapiens had evolved, we transformed the land, creating some really astonishing and beautiful landmarks that lived on forever. Mother Nature loved all life, so she was proud to see one of her creations utilising the materials for something cool.
Wait, hold up. Humans made those triangle thingies. Those bricks must have weighed tons.
2.5 tons, actually. We are still somewhat unsure exactly how they built the pyramids all that time ago, but humans had a different way of doing things to the way we do today. To add to the mystery, here's a landmark called the Stonehenge. We also don't know how this was formed, as the heaviest rock in this formation is about 25 tons heavy. We were completely excelling as a human race, and Mother Nature was relishing in our creativity of natural materials being formed into something really special. Although the humans were evolving with such creations, she knew how to keep us in our place, and to remind us that it's not only our planet we share in harmony with all the other creatures on the Earth.
So if she used natural disasters like volcano eruptions and tsunamis, then how did it all go wrong? That already seems pretty dangerous.
Sure, some of her warnings were slightly brutal, but it got the message across at the time. But this is actually where her downfall began. Over time, the humans got a little too ambitious with all their new ideas and inventions, and Mother Nature began to suffer at their expense. Significant time periods like the Industrial Revolution were detrimental to her overall health. As more and more factories were built and kept growing the economy, we're emitting a serious amount of pollution into the air. The humans were unaware of just how damaging their creations were to Mother, as they focused on capitalism, and she began to grow more ill. During this time, Mother Nature lived amongst some of the smartest humans of our entire existence, such as Albert Einstein. Although she was happy with her creatures excelling intellectually, she grew more and more ill as time went on. Her health made a rapid decline, with the air being spoiled by pollution, the animals choking on excess plastic that had been thrown away, and the plants and animals being wiped out to make room for more factories and capitalistic gains. Mother had never looked worse.
Okay, who in their right mind would think all of this was a good idea? I mean, it seems pretty obvious that they were destroying her from the get-go. I mean, why would they continue?
Well, it's something that we don't really have to worry about here on the spaceship, but people wanted money, and a lot of it. The greediest of business people ignored all signs of environmental suffering, just so they could keep earning millions of dollars. So, inevitably, Mother Nature kicked us out, banished us from her land. She did it for the greater good, as we too couldn't live here any longer. Our lungs couldn't take it. Our bodies couldn't take it. We hurt too much of her environment, killed too many of her beloved animals, some of which we will never see again, as their entire species were wiped out, such as the white rhinoceros, the dodo bird, and the Tasmanian tiger. These beautiful creatures are completely taken out by our actions. And if she didn't kick us off sooner, we would have kept going, and going, and going, until some of our most crucial species would be gone, hurting nature for all of eternity. So she kicked us out, and that's how we wound up here on the spaceship, giving her the time and space to hopefully rebuild and restore the planet without us there to interfere.
So, like, if she'd given us another chance, what would we do differently?
Yeah, it's not like it was our fault, it was our stupid ancestors' fault. I mean, can't you just let us back in?
Well, they're all very valid questions, and while it wasn't directly our fault, she can't trust that we won't just do it again, considering we just keep evolving as sentient beings. And besides, until she's repaired all of our damage that the species has caused, it's not even livable for us just yet. So unfortunately, I can't answer your questions with confidence, but we can still hope for the future.
Well, what if we could show her that we could do things differently? What would happen then?
If we reinvested our greed, we could into renewable energy and focused on our footprint of how it affects others, then yes, I think we could have a relationship with her. But on the plus side, we actually have some recent satellite footage of all of our progress Mother Nature has made since we left Earth. And it seems to me that she has done a tremendous job so far. So although we have a long way to go in changing our ways, I think it's definitely doable. All right, guys, I hope you found that interesting. Did anyone have any questions regarding this topic?
So what do you mean by switching to renewable energy? Like, is that even possible now?
Well, didn't our science teacher talk this morning about how the spaceship is actually running on renewable energy? Something about us being close enough to the sun for the solar power?
If it's such a good source, why aren't we using it now?
Wait, yeah, I remember him talking about that. He was saying that we apparently did use it, but it wasn't always ideal for every continent. Like, it worked for places like Australia because it was so sunny, but it didn't work for places like the UK because it was like miserable weather all the time.
Yeah, but he said that they could harness wind or something for places like that.
Oh yeah, they use these things called, like, I think windmills or that, I'm pretty sure. Oh, and they had a water version that would generate power.
Okay, but I just don't understand, if they'd come up with all these ways to generate power, why didn't they just stick to it? Like, it seems it would have been cheaper and easier and just better for the environment.
Yeah, then we wouldn't have to be on this stupid spaceship.
Like, if we had stayed away from these non-renewable energy sources that we knew were going to run out eventually in the first place, Mother Nature wouldn't be all mad at us and stuff, and we could have been normal kids with normal lives.
Yeah, but how different would it be? We have everything we need on this spaceship.
Speak for yourself. That lake in that last photo looked so nice. Swimming would have been so good.
Not just that, imagine how the sun would feel on your skin instead of taking those stupid vitamin D tablets they feed us every morning.
Yeah, to be fair, those animals look pretty sick. Imagine them just walking around us all the time.
Well, my nan showed me photos of a dog she owned. He just lived in the house with her. She fed him and even let him sleep in her bed. Her name was Marley.
Oh my God, is that the photo above her capsule?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that dog is so cute.
I know, right?
Okay, guys, I don't mean to break up this discussion, but class is nearly over. There were some really interesting ideas thrown around today, and I'm hopeful for all of your grades this year.
Sorry, Miss, before we leave, is there any advice you'd like to give us moving forward with Mother Nature?
Well, I think I would have to say we all have an impact with the choices that we make.
But how though? Because I am just one person and we're all just kids. How are 20 kids going to make that big of a difference compared to 8 billion people?
I know it may seem small and pointless, but we all had that mentality on Earth, and look where that got us. Your choices matter, you matter, and every step you take gets us closer to going back home. Can you see the truth or trap?
Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with my homies.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So if I'm here, you look at this camera. If I'm here, you look at this camera.
Cool. Good luck, team.
In breaking news, New South Wales Steelworks Company is under fire today after revelations that they are misleading the public about their efforts to transition to low emissions alternatives. Sources confirm that the company is pouring a staggering $1.5 billion into a project to realign a move that many are calling a step backwards in the fight against climate change.
Renewable energies simply aren't feasible for us right now. Our infrastructure is based on decades of technology. We're doing what's best for our business, what's best for our employees, and what's best for the economy.
Despite mounting pressure to embrace greener solutions, the company remains committed to its traditional methods, claiming that these are the only options available. This revelation raises serious questions about their commitment to sustainability and the future of our planet. Thank you so much for listening tonight to UAW TV.
Gentlemen, I'm your host, Dale Davidson, and this is Truth or Trap, the show where we sniff out the fact from fiction. Tonight's hot topic, you guessed it, climate change. Is it real? It is. Do people still deny it? They do. And are we going to use this show to fix that? No, probably not. But we will awkwardly shame people into caring just a teeny bit more. We've got rubber chickens, we've got fake enthusiasm, and best of all, we have consequences. Consequences our contestants were definitely not warned about. Let's just say the loser might be leaving with a stomach full of shame and something that used to be edible in 2003. Speaking of losers, let's meet our contestants. All right, contestant one, what's your name?
I'm Nell.
Nell, nice to meet you. And where are you from?
I'm from Sydney.
I actually don't care. Contestant two, what's your name?
I'm Finlay.
Nice to meet you, Finlay. And are you excited to be here tonight?
Of course.
Yeah, I didn't ask. And then contestant number three, what's your name?
Lucas.
Lucas, and what brings you here today?
I don't remember coming here.
That's really interesting. I actually don't care. Actually, I've got something. Let me see if I put you some name tags. If you just want to stick those on, okay. Stick those on. I'll just chuck that in.
Not my name.
All right. A round of applause for Sophie, Barry, and James, everybody. Yeah, a round of applause. Thank you. So, here's how the game works. I'll read out a statement, and our contestants have to decide if that statement is the truth or pure misinformation. The first contestant to squeeze their rubber chicken will get to answer. If they answer correctly, they'll get the point. However, if they answer incorrectly, the next contestant to squeeze the chicken can steal the point. Got it? Don't care. This is Truth or Trap. All right, so let's warm up those chicken squeezing muscles because it's time for round one. All right, question one. The ozone hole is a major cause of climate change. Yes, Barry.
False.
Correct. The ozone hole affects UV radiation, but is mostly unrelated to global warming. All right, question two. The world has already warmed by approximately 1.2 degrees since pre-industrial times. Yes, Sophie.
True.
That is correct. Let's just straight move on to question three. 97% of climate scientists agree that climate change is happening and caused by humans. Oh, I think that was James.
True.
That is correct. Question four. Planting trees can completely solve climate change. James.
False.
Correct. Trees help absorb CO2, but they alone cannot offset climate emissions. All right, question five. Climate change is a natural cycle and not influenced by human activity. Oh, I think that was Sophie.
That is
Correct. The Earth does go through natural climate cycles, but the current rate is primarily driven by human activity. All right, final question for round one. Climate change leads to more frequent and intense extreme weather events. Oh, I'm going to go Barry for that one.
Truth.
Correct. All right, what a thrilling end to our first round. Well done, contestants. You did all right, I guess. Besides you, I don't like you. I don't like your vibe. Fix it. But hey, we'll be right back shortly after this quick ad break. And welcome back, folks. Turns out we don't actually have an ad break because we're on a super strict time crunch. And honestly, I've got way more important things to do after this anyway. So, but that just means that we have more time to watch our contestants embarrass themselves. Let's get cracking, shall we? It's time for round two, double or nothing. That's right, same game, same wild guesses from our contestants, but now your answers are worth double the points or double the shame. Put your seatbelts on because it's time for another round of truth or trap. All right, you ready? You sure? You sure? Okay, no. We'll get ready because we're, okay. Right, question one. Electric vehicles are more environmentally friendly than traditional gasoline-powered cars. Barry.
True.
Correct. Question two. Reducing global greenhouse gas emissions is essential for limiting global warming. Yes, James.
True.
Correct. Don't get sassy with me. Question three. Plastic pollution is the largest threat to the ocean's health. Ooh, that really hurt my ears. Can you please not do that? But Sophie. Truth. That was actually incorrect. Yes, James. Correct. So plastic pollution is a significant threat, yes, but the biggest threat is climate change, which affects the water temperature. Question four. Ocean acidification caused by increased CO2 levels threatens marine ecosystems. Oof, I hate that. James.
True.
Truth, correct. All right, question five. Climate change only affects polar regions. I don't know who that was. Barry.
Trap.
is correct. Are you reading my cards?
Yes.
I will kick you off the stage. All right. If facts. Final question of the night. Solar power can meet all of the world's energy needs today. Ugh. James.
True.
Incorrect. Yes, Barry.
Trap.
That is correct. Solar energy is a renewable source, yes, but it cannot meet all global energy needs today. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of round 2. Our contestants have squeezed their rubber chickens, they've sweated buckets all over my stage, and they've managed to make it to the finish line without me quitting the show halfway through. Thank you. So, let's see how we did. In second place, I don't know what that means. I'm going to say, James, you didn't win or lose. I'm sure your parents must be proud. And in first place, the expert of guessing fairly simple questions, the one who outwitted, outplayed, and outsqueezed everyone else here tonight, the one, the only, Sophie. Congratulations. Congratulations. Sophie, congratulations. Tell us, how does it feel to be tonight's Truth or Trap champion?
This is like the greatest thing that's ever happened to me.
Yeah, well, that's great. And what are you planning to do with your life-changing winnings?
I'm gonna drive in my diesel car, and I'm gonna go and chuck some plastic in the ocean, and just keep polluting so I can get back on.
That sounds fantastic. Yeah. But you're not actually winning anything tonight. Not a cent.
Okay.
Sorry, buddy. Because let's be honest, this game isn't really about the winner. It's about the loser. Speaking of which, our loser of the hour, Barry. Why don't you come up? Why don't you come up here?
Shame.
Just come this way. I'm just gonna grab a little special something for you under here.
Thanks. You don't have to open it. It's okay.
No, I really want to. There you are.
Okay.
Have a sniff of that, a little whiff of that.
Yum.
And congratulations, you lost, like the loser you are. Go on, have a little sip. Okay, you can take that with you. You can all leave, actually.
Going.
Just don't watch the wires. Don't do that. All right, thank you. Before we go, I'd like to say a big thank you to our sponsors for making this possible tonight. Blue Scope, thank you. That's it for tonight, folks. This has been Truth or Trap. Good night.
Continued tensions between the Australian government and the global terrorist group Veritas as the country grapples with the worst drought ever recorded. Recent threats from Veritas appear focused on Australia's desalination plants, all owned of course by billionaire water investor Nicholas Pallier. Earlier this week, Nicholas Pallier, CEO of the Pallier Group, dismissed concerns about Veritas' recent threats, claiming that the group are a bunch of hooligans. He went on to say, quote, "We are facing the worst drought in Australian history. Are we really going to believe that a group claiming to fight for the people would destroy their last line of water? I find that very hard to believe." At this time, we are still awaiting a response from the Veritas
Hello and
Group.
welcome to our annual Climate Summit for the year 2035. I'm your host Dylan Penrose, and I'm joined today by the two self-proclaimed TikTokers of tomorrow, Annalise Greenhalgh and Jess McNair. Please give it up for them. So ladies, you've done the unthinkable, getting young people involved in climate action. What's your secret?
So for me, I'm really into water. So I really love water conservation. I'm really worried about where we're headed in the future. So I just think through sharing my TikToks about me drinking water and the fact I'm able to do that has been really good for getting everyone involved, I guess.
Jess, you?
For me, I'm also into the animal side of things. So I like to repost a lot of stories with cute little puppies and stuff and just remind everyone that the world's dying. And with that, the puppies will die also. So it's really important.
Perfect. And any questions from our audience?
What's your least favourite thing about climate change?
That is such an important question, and it's one that I don't think gets asked enough. I really think my least favourite part about climate change is that there's nowhere for me to swim anymore. I'm not sure if any of you have seen my latest brand partnership, but I did partner with a bikini brand, and it's just been really hard to sell those when we all can't swim in public beaches because we have to try and conserve that water for desalination plants. It's been a really growing concern of mine, where are we going to swim in summer?
Yeah, exactly. For me, I just booked a trip to Greece last week and I looked at the weather and it's meant to be so much hotter than it usually is, and it's just so painful because I had such cute outfits to wear just for that weather and now it's all ruined because of climate change.
Wonderful, thank you. Any other questions?
Why do you guys still drive a petrol car instead of a more environmentally friendly option?
Well, again, I'm not sure if any of you are subscribers, but on my YouTube, I posted a tour of my car, and it's really cute. It's bright pink, and I just think it's really aesthetic to have a vintage car that is based on petrol. So I wouldn't really give up that for anything in the world.
And with a vintage car, you're basically saving the planet because instead of putting money into a new car, you have an old car and it looks cute. So it just works both ways.
No, totally. And I think as well, the materials in the car are pretty much almost probably made from recycled materials. So it doesn't even matter that it's run on petrol.
Absolutely. We'll be back to answer more of your burning questions after the break.
OMG, are you so ready to save the planet and look cute doing it? Let's be real, climate change is super serious, but also looking good is everything. Enter the metal drink bottle. With so many designs, inserts, patterns and totally gorgeous colours, you can literally save the world while serving major looks. Feeling thirsty? Supersize it, babe. We've got bottles big enough to survive the actual apocalypse, welcome to our end of time range. This message is approved by Giant Water Bottles. As a disclaimer, these water bottles will not survive in the event of an apocalypse.
Thank you. If you're just now joining us, I'm here with Annalise Greenhalgh and Jess McNair as they talk about their climate change actions.
I just want to speak on that ad because they actually asked me, I guess this is hashtag sponsored, but this is from their end of time water bottles range, and as you'll see, this has just been one of the best purchases you can make. It's fully insulated so my water never gets too hot, which just really tends to happen with this crazy weather around us. But also you can see it's super large and it does fit in my vintage car. So I would really recommend everyone buying one of these.
And you're also saving the planet one bottle at a time when you buy a reusable bottle instead of plastic. So basically you're a climate change warrior. So that's good too.
Wonderful. Any more questions from our audience?
What are your thoughts on the recent
terrorist attack?
I wouldn't really know anything about that. I wouldn't really have any comment on that.
I think it's just like really aggressive, and like we do have reusable water bottles and reusable tote bags, and like we're trying our best here. Like I repost stories of hashtag climate change, stop it, like every week. So I think it's just like so aggressive. We don't need to be doing all that.
And definitely like, what more can I do? I'm just a girl in this world. Like I'm doing my best, you're doing your best. You know what, I'm even going to say it, we're kind of better than everyone because, because we have platforms that we're using to share this information. It's almost like people should probably get on our level with how much we're saving the planet. Like, I don't know, guys, it's kind of like a team effort here, and we're doing a lot to carry this for everyone.
No need for eco-terrorism.
No need at all.
Perfect. We'll have more for you after the break.
I still think that we should talk about the eco-terrorist stuff.
We interrupt this broadcast with breaking news. Reports are now confirming that a major desalination plant has been bombed in what appears to be a coordinated Veritas attack. This plant was responsible for providing over 60% of the region's drinking water. Emergency services are on site, but early reports suggest catastrophic damage. There are unconfirmed reports of casualties, and authorities are urging residents to conserve water immediately. This marks the first attack on Australia's water infrastructure by Veritas, whose global campaign of eco-sabotage has escalated dramatically over the past months. We're awaiting an official statement from the Pallier Group and the
Sorry for the interruption, folks. Back to you, panel members.
See, I just see things like that, and it just really makes me so sad, because that was fire. And you know what you need to put out fire? Water. And it really comes back to that. Like, why are we starting fires in the name of, climate change action this, climate change action that, when it's actually going to use water to put the fire out?
Like, what do they even think? It's not going to help? Like, maybe just like talk to people on Instagram and just like come up with a group and then just like make something peaceful, like a rally, and like that'll work. Come on.
Yeah, I personally love to make posters, and then I'll take photos of the posters and put it on my Instagram, and then it's like people can reshare that. Boom, the world is saved. It's not that hard.
Perfect. We'll be back with you after a quick word from our sponsors.
Plastic bags, so last season. But like, do we actually want them back? Ew, no thanks. Say hey to the reusable shopping bag that's cute and totally climate friendly. It swings on your shoulder like it's doing nothing, but girl, it's doing everything for the planet. Want to make it yours? Customize it, babe. Pick your vibe, colors, patterns, maybe even glitter. Okay, not really, but like, manifest it. Do the world a favor and just like ditch plastic already. This bag, it's the moment. This message is approved by Reusable Bags. This bag is liable to tear, melt, or become damaged in the face of extreme conditions.
Hi, we're back for the annual Climate Summit. So ladies, undertaking reusable bags. Love your work.
Yes, no. So I actually, again, you guys have probably seen it given my 7 million followers, but I did do a brand partnership with a reusable bag brand, and my collection, Annalise X reusable bags, is available for purchase at most stores near you. I find them really great because there's so many different sizes, and then I don't even care if it's not plastic because it's super cute.
Yeah, mine is actually big enough to fit my little pet chihuahua in it as well. So I would definitely recommend hopping on either of our Instagrams and going and clicking the link in our bio and getting one of those for yourself and all of your family members, because you're saving the environment and they're super cute and stylish. So
have you got a discount code for the audience?
No, personally, that's where I really draw the line. I think it's really unethical to have discount codes on something that's going to help the environment. Yeah. Like, companies need the full price so they can keep saving the environment. That's just like my ethics, my morals, because I'm like a super morally and ethical person.
Are you donating any of the proceeds to some of the foundations?
No. So that's doesn't really resonate with my morals and ethics. No, I think that if I need to keep saving the environment and there's a lot of pressure on me to do so, I need like the most money I can to do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Any burning questions from our audience members?
Did we interrupt something? Another panel? Another polite conversation? More words, more pledges, more promises while the world dies. We were born in the cracks, the places you forgot or chose to ignore. The suffocating air, the arid fields, the drowned islands. You sold the sky, the soil, the sea, and told the world there's nothing we can do. So we became the answer you refused to give. You call us terrorists, we call you cowards! Veritas is not just a name, Veritas is a mirror. We hold it up to you, and we show you who you really are. To the people watching, you have no water because they've hoarded it. You have no future because they sold it. They made this world, and we are the correction. To the people watching, this is never about one desalination plant. This was never about one country. This is about power. And we will rip it away from you piece by piece until the planet breathes again. Oh, he's awake. What's your name?
Nicholas Pellier.
And why are you here?
Because the terrorists like him!
Tell the truth, Mr. Pellier. You know what's at stake here.
I'm here because I made billions off the suffering of those around me. I watched the water dry up, and I just saw an opportunity for innovation. I put people over the planet, and I put profit over anyone else. Please, I have a family.
This is your first and final warning.
Please.
we starting at 3? Or going now?
My old friend, it's been a long time.
Yeah, it has.
I got one question.
Pen?
Yeah?
Who are these people?
Miss Ignorance, would you mind getting me a tea? Thank you. Thank you, darling.
So, Climate, why exactly have you brought us here today?
You each know why you're here. I've been an investor in any one of your ventures for a long time. But my trust is dying, and so am I.
What? Dying?
You've all let me down. I'm getting old. You've used me for my money, and you only call me for favors. You never ask how I am. So I brought you all here as a bit of redemption. Just with a little game of Cluedo, like old times.
What? Is that it? Is that why we're here?
So how long do you have left to live exactly?
Screw that. I want to know what's happening with the inheritance money then.
Good question.
Take this.
Thank you. Your inheritance is...
What's that?
Murder. Murder. There has been a murder.
Is this...
My friend.
Oh no, what's going on?
My friend. Which one of you did this?
Was it me?
Which one of you did this?
Who knows that? Oh, what are you doing? Hang on. Are you crazy? If you do that, then we all become key suspects in this murder. I literally can't deal with this type of publicity right now.
Look, she's right. Don't call the cops. Imagine what the police and murder is going to do for my business.
Yeah, of course I'm right.
One of you did this, and we will find out who. Or else this death is on all of your hands. I guess we need to get to the bottom of this.
But wait, ignorance. Ignorance. Yeah. What did you put in that tea? What? Nothing. It's a clear cup.
It must have been something.
It's literally clear. What would I put in it?
Okay. Let's walk through this. One moment we're sitting here playing Cluedo with my old friend. The next he is dead. Miss Greenwash, I find it awfully suspicious that you were sitting here and the moment Marnie's brought up, you want to know a lot about the timeliness of his death.
What are you saying? How dare you accuse me like such a vile crime like that?
Miss Ignorance, isn't it a little bit suspicious that the moment you put down a tea, he takes a sip, he's dead?
Can you let me speak for 1 second? Everyone come and look at this right now. Look. What is that?
What's that? Zoom in. What is that? Hang on, he's right. That's a plastic bag. Come on, we all knew that Climate was allergic to single-use plastic.
Oh my god, my phone's on 60%. Where's my charger? Oh my gosh, this always happens.
This is wood chips. What is this?
Oh, there it is.
I can't believe this.
No, not again. What's going on?
It's all right. Calm down. It's probably just, I don't know, ignorance has probably just tripped over the power cord or something. Stay where you are. Okay. What was that? You stood down and you went and touched your phone, and moments ago I saw you step out there. I saw you taking a call. What was it? Taking a call? Seriously, mate, I don't know what you're talking about. What are you doing? You obviously called someone. Listen, Hope, you're delusional. I did not call anyone, all right? Trust me. Give it. Come on.
Honey, I can't talk right now. Just know we're gonna be rich though, baby.
Give me that.
Well, what about Greenwash? She's been acting really suspicious as well. She keeps checking her phone. She keeps looking over her shoulder.
All right, yes, I have been checking my phone, but you know what? I got a blackmail and a warning. Someone turns on me, like, I don't know. I never wanted climate to die. I just didn't want to lose everything I built either.
Yeah, well, okay, well, what about you literally were waiting for him to drink that tea? You put something in that, I reckon.
No, it's literally clear. It's clear. What would I put in it?
You waited for him to drink it.
What is this? I know who you are now. Clem used to tell me all about you. Whoever you are, arguing today, you are not the same people. He used to tell me about people who were there for him whenever he needed. Should be ashamed. God knows he would be. I'm sorry, my friend. I couldn't save you, and I couldn't save Amber either. But I promise you, I will find out who did this. I promise you. Amber, what is this? These have your names on them.
Oh, if they are addressed to us, we could be able to read them. Please hold.
Yeah, they've got our names. Let's have a look.
Okay. Oh, open up. Let's speak.
Dear Carbon, I tried to warn you so many times. Why couldn't you put your business aside and think about your effect on the Earth? You contributed to 90% of the world's carbon emissions that come from the burning of fossil fuels. I told you so many times to use renewable energy, but you did not listen. You were so blinded by your hunt for power. You wouldn't listen to anything or anyone. You have become so suffocating to be around that I no longer wish to be a part of your life, unless you consider changing. Sincerely, Climate.
Suspicious. Miss Greenwash, you next.
All right. To terrorist Greenwash, my friend, to let everyone to believe in your eco-friendly products and your sustainable initiative. I gave you permission to use my name throughout your business operations because I thought you were keeping your word. And it's turned out your products were 100% plastic-free. Nor were they recyclable like your climate they were. You treated me as a marketing opportunity and have dragged me like my name through the mud. You never care about me. It's time to look back at what you did, darling. Regard climate.
This is all making sense. Finally, you, Miss Ignorance.
Okay. Ignorance, where do I even start? Just thinking about you, what you've done to me, makes me go red with anger. That's rude. Even though you have come to me distressed about the damage you were causing, you continue to do the same thing that you've always done and let others deal with your problems whilst avoiding the consequences that came from it. I always had a soft spot for you, Ignorance, but I can no longer endorse your actions. Farewell, Climate.
I can't believe this. It seems you are all responsible for this murder. You used his name in every article that you ever released. You dragged him through it until he died. And you, Mr. Carbon, you call yourself a businessman. I call you a fraud! You used him dragging resources, money, and whatever you needed. You sucked him dry. And Miss Ignorance, perhaps the most responsible for this. You knew he was dying, and you did nothing. Nothing. You just waited for people to figure out this problem before you could. Makes me sick. The only thing that's coming to me at the moment is, although there were no killers with the weapons, we have a number of delinquent felons responsible for something. But not a murder. Not a murder.
Brilliant. Utterly
that?
brilliant.
What's that?
I couldn't have done it better myself.
Who are you?
Who am I? Who am I?
He's alive, you son of a bitch.
It's me.
I knew you could do it.
Yes, I may not be dead, but I can tell you your actions have left my heart weary and dying. I gave you a home, somewhere to build. And when I come back, it's all destroyed. I guess none of you will be getting my inheritance.
No. I want my inheritance! Excellent.
It turns out the climate's a lot more difficult to kill than we believed. But you know what's never gonna live past the climate dying? Humanity.
very good. Thank you all for coming here tonight. It's a very special episode of The Turnaround with Jack Turner. Today's episode is all about climate. It's a big story in the news. Can't go any day without hearing about it. But started off all so well. The coalition is back together after just a week of being apart for over 30 years. Reminds me of my first marriage. Thank you. I'd like to welcome our first guest, Emily Carpenter.
Thank you.
So, Emily, tell us about yourself.
Yeah, g'day, I'm Emily. I'm 25-year-old tradie from Nowra.
So good. So, Emily, what are your thoughts about climate change? What do you think?
It's probably not great, hey. I try to do what I can to better the planet, better myself, use those reusable cups, straws for the turtles and stuff.
Really?
Nah. I don't actually do that much. I still drive my big, diesel truck. Yeah.
That's just brilliant.
Yeah.
So do you really think there is a climate crisis happening right now?
Yeah, but also, nah. It doesn't really affect me that much, so, nah.
Great, thanks, Em.
Thank you.
That was weird. Anyway, I'd like to welcome a very, very special guest to the show, Mr. Kane Weist.
What's up, y'all? Kane Weist in the building. Kane Weist in the building. What's up, player? What's good, man? What's good, man?
What's good, man? Anyway, special episode tonight. What are your thoughts on climate change? What do you reckon to go about that one?
Oh, man, it's all fake, man. Where do I even start? How we gonna believe NASA when the moon landing was fake? It's all fake. It's the government and the media pushing this agenda. It's just not true, man. And they're trying to destroy vital industries like coal mines. And my new line of coal mines is dropping next week, y'all. My new line of coal mines. Yeah. I got 10 new coal mines dropping, yeah.
Very well. Anyway, enough about that. How are the kids? How's the family?
Oh, man, Kim and the kids don't really talk to me anymore, but, it doesn't really matter because I got bigger issues right now, this climate change madness, man. It's all nonsense, man. There's bigger issues right now. It's faker than the Kardashians' BBLs, man. I hate they just keep spinning this narrative, man. But anyway, don't let distract you from the fact that my new line of coal mines is dropping next week, y'all. Yeah, my new coal mines, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Man, that was a pleasure, man. Catch you, man.
I'll see you later.
I'll see you.
Well, I'd love to just have nothing but Kane on all night, but unfortunately my producers, Matt and Aaron, reckon we need a fair discussion and voice on this. So I'd like to welcome Miss Professor Dr. Ivy.
Hey, how are you?
So, Miss Ivy, what do you think about climate change?
I reckon climate change is our biggest crisis that we're facing today, and it's not just about the environment, it's about the people. It's just this. And we're already seeing the impacts of floods, of fires, there's rising sea levels, and if we don't act now, it'll only get worse.
You know what I think, going off that, our biggest crisis is on Earth right now?
Yeah.
The schooner of Reshes is more than $7. Has anyone been to the pub recently? Yeah. Schooner, yeah, exactly. Schooner of Reshes is more than $7. It's terrible. Horrifying, evil, un-Australian, unreligious.
unmoral.
No, but this is not just about switching off lights and like using reusable cups. We need real changes. The government needs to stop supporting the fossil fuels like his coal mines, and big companies need to take responsibility of what they are doing, and we need to have the communities to deal with what already happening now, and every small action matters, and every bit of warming we can avoid means much more let lives be protected and a better future of us all.
Now, I reckon we need to calm down here. This is, such a trivial topic that you're going on about, really.
Hey, man, don't go dissing my coal mines, man. She's a part of this conspiracy, too, man. She's a part of all of this.
Dropping coal, Smiley, is hot. Oh, wait, but it is hot. You're the reason.
What?
Halt! I'm Private Detective Officer Green, and you're both under arrest for misinformation, propaganda, and bad climate stuff.
Oh, hell no.
Those aren't crimes.
And tax fraud.
Oh, we did do that.
We did that.
We did do that.
Get them!
No.
Good suit.
Hey, I guess my coal mine's postponed for now, y'all. But hey, I'll be back.
Our next speaker for our Global EnviroCon Summit 2025 is a woman who is empowered by changing the world one story at a time, driven by her passion for Pacific Island nations advocacy. She is the co-founder of Unheard Media, a tragic rugby union fan, and a mediocre bakery. Introducing Margaret.
Talofa lava and good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge and respect the beautiful Dharawal country and the traditional custodians of this land, to elders past and present, and to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders who may be with us today. It has been a big day. We've heard from a lot of people who are pioneering in their field for climate change. But since it's been intense, I'd just like to recenter ourselves, if that's okay. So wherever you are, at home or here with us in the studio, if you just get comfortable and just close your eyes as we work through a breathing exercise. So I'd like you just to take a moment just to watch your breath as you inhale through the nose and exhale through the mouth. Breathe in and out. As you do so, I'd like you just to reflect on what you have heard today, especially those things that have inspired you. In and out. And I'd like you to hold on to that thought as you work through one final breath. And when you're ready, open your eyes and return to studio. Thanks, everyone. It's always great to just slow down for a moment. So, big confession. This is a dream come true that I get to speak at this conference, because this little environmental nerd was obsessed with these summits and she couldn't get enough of it. So she is going to be so proud that I get to talk to you today about this year's focus, Climate Change, Act Now. Act now. How many times have we heard this? The earth is getting hotter, you got to do more, reduce, reuse, recycle, and so on. But let's be honest. Is there purpose behind those actions? Or are you using your keep cup for the discount at your cafe? You're thrifting because vintage is trending, and you're using public transport because it's the only option available. Because if you had a car, you'll probably drive. In fact, in Wollongong alone, trips that are less than 1K, 70% of them are taken by car. It's crazy. So we know that we need to do more, but how? That was the existential question I had when I was graduating with my degree in comms and media and environmental science. I didn't know what I was going to do with this piece of paper, right? But then I remembered why I entered this work of field. Because I found purpose and power in storytelling. Telling, not selling. I don't want to sell to you why you should take action and why you should care about this planet. I don't want it to sell to you that, hey, doing these green things is the attractive option. I didn't want to sell to you something that was very, very real. Instead, I wanted to story tell, to go out and find those genuine stories and then have the courage to go out and tell them. Because that's how we connect people and give action that what they're doing right now runs deeper. And this is my tell. A little beautiful island in the heart of Pacific called Samoa, which my family are proud sons and daughters of, and are the reason we are who we are today. It's a beautiful island. If there's any surfers in here, great waves apparently, and it's becoming a great tourist destination. But what most people don't understand is that it's in danger. And as part of the Samoan diaspora in Australia, it's quite frustrating that people weren't seeing what me and my family were feeling. And that was actually the reason why me and a group of friends collaborated and became Unheard Media. To go out and tell those real stories, those real experience, and those real impacts. And I don't know about you, but the realest person I know is my mum. So I went to her and I said what she thought of climate change. She actually laughed at me, which was fair because my mom's first language isn't English. She didn't get a secondary education, so she actually felt like she wasn't qualified enough to speak on this. So I sat down with her and I reframed it. Hey, Mom, do you know, like, the world is dying? And our little island Samoa is probably gonna go first because, like, it's in the middle of the ocean, the waters are rising. But it's kind of unfair because they only contribute less than 1% of global carbon emissions. And just like me, my mum's a visual lady, so I showed her the moving speech by the Foreign Minister of Tuvalu, Simon Coffey, that he made at the UN summit in the middle of rising waters. And this is what she heard loud and clear. So as an experiment, I put a piece of paper in front of my mom and I said, Mom, can you pretend to write a letter to one of your grandsons, she has about 10, and tell them what you're feeling right now and to the island that in the future that you feel for them. And I was not prepared for what she came up with.
Hi, my grandson. It's your Nana. Your mom says you want to know more about Samoa from me, and I'm touched. There is a secret Samoan proverb that says, E lelele toloa, ai ma'au I le mai. The toloa bird would fly all over the world, but it will always return to the water. This means that no matter how far we go from our island, we'll always be connected to our ancestors, family, and culture. I'm writing this letter about my story. Our story about why this small nation in the heart of the Pacific is the reason we are who we are. So you never forget where you came from and why you must fight to never lose it. As a little girl, I would run free around the village and play with my cousins with whatever the island provided. But it's the ocean I love the most. The ocean will show us how big it truly is. It shows us what happens if we don't respect it. It's anger, with waters rising fast and threatening to take our island away.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has issued a stark warning about the danger of rapidly rising sea levels to Pacific Island nations.
It's getting closer to the road, and it's getting closer to our homes.
And it's the Samoa that you have been seeing online. You want to understand why it's being like this, why the ocean and island might take our home away. The flooding, cyclones, and earthquakes. Nana is upset too. We always respect the island. It's those that don't see us that are hurting us. They are making decisions that are taking pieces of our island slowly. Decisions that forget how the land can provide. Will we and our culture still stand if our motherland disappears and returns to the water? But I believe because of our culture and our history that we won't let this happen. I believe in us and our Samoa, respect, community, family, and service. I believe in our humanity, that we will change because together is how we heal. I believe in the sons and daughters of our Pacific Islands. I believe in our Pacific leaders, that are making those that don't see us listen, making government and leaders realize the true impacts of their man-made choices. And I believe in you, my grandson. You stand up because of who your ancestors are. Their fighting blood runs within you. So can you continue to tell our story, please? Nana's story, to make them see we are here. We may come from a small island, but we are mighty. And until the ocean stops swaying and singing, our story doesn't end here. Alofa tele, Nana.
Hi, Nana. Thanks so much for telling your story and some more story. I'm gonna tell it forever and ever. Elelet taloa o elevai. I'll never forget. I love you. Bye.
Snaps for my mum because she did not want to do that, but she knew it was important to do it. And that's what we mean at Unheard Media when we say tell. So, I would like to try this experiment with you guys. My mum found power in writing a letter to her grandchildren because that was her driven truth and she was able to understand climate change then. At the beginning of the session, we gave you a QR code, and for those at home, there should be one appearing on your screen. I'd like you to take a moment to think of just a sentence that you would put in your letter to your future, maybe your future grandchildren. Think about a piece of home that has been passed down from you and that you want to continue to keep alive. Here's some examples that we've gotten from previous workshops as well. I mean, if you can zoom in, you can see it, but pretty much they've honed in on things that have shaped them. I'm not talking about the physical things, I'm talking about, your values, your traditions, your way of life. Feel free to continue to think about it while we continue the session, but I know there might be some people out there that might find this task a bit tedious, but trust me, there's power in sharing your stories. For Pacifica people and for our Samoans, storytelling is embedded in us. For example, we have whangongo, which considers things like myths and tales that we pass down through generations that continues to tell our traditions and histories. For those who love a pop culture reference, think of the Disney movie Moana, when at the beginning of the movie, the nana is telling the children of the village of the Ha'atawhiti. That is whangongo. We also have talanoa, which is when we invite people for open dialogue and conversation, so we can converse with each other, share opinions, stories, so that you can come up with a solution for a better world. This can be informal with friends or formal with chiefs of a village. And this is even with this conference today. People from around the world are coming together so that we can share our knowledge and expertise to save this planet together. And that's the power that I find in storytelling. So, I pass it on to you guys. I believe that everyone in this world has a story to tell in them. I believe everyone has a connection to this world and why you should care for this planet. It's in us all. I've shared you mine and my mom's. And now I ask you guys to find yours. And when you find it, don't be silent. Speak on it. And I know that it's all into you guys, because just in these few moments together, we've been able to get a snippet of your story. Here are some of the things that you have come up with. This right here is the motivation and the reason why you will be taking action against climate change. These are the values and the things that you are fighting to preserve in that future that you want to exist and thrive. So like my mom said, will you go out and tell your story? Please do not let anybody else, don't wait for anyone else to tell it for you, because there's no better place, no one else is better place to speak your truth and the impacts climate change has for you than you. So please, remember this from today. If there's anything else, remember that sentence to put in your letter. Hold it, speak it. Do it for you, for your future, for our humanity. Because we also all have a role in how Earth's story will be written. So can we make it one that we're proud of? Whawhetai lava, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Who is ready to rethink their drip? I'd like to introduce you to our two contestants, Max Sheen and Emma Thrift. Max is 22, a lifeguard, and loves drinking water. Emma is 21, hates fast fashion, and loves swimming in water. The aim of the game is for Emma and Max to keep their clothes on. I'll be asking them questions about water usage. Whoever answers correctly has to take something off. Before we start though, is anybody feeling particularly thirsty? Woo! Yeah. You over there? Hello, can you introduce yourself for us?
My name's Dylan.
You're our scoreboard person for tonight. Every time one of our contestants gets something wrong, you will endure one spray to the face to help quench your thirst. Sound good?
Good, perfect.
Go. Our contestants will be using these buzzers to answer questions. Emma, what is your sound? Lovely. Now, Max? Alrighty, let's get into it. Round one. Max and Emma, with the water used to make one pair of jeans, how many times could you flush a modern toilet? Whoever is closest wins.
50.
50?
40,000.
40,000. Emma is closest with 1,250 flushes. That's a lot of toilet time. Enough to rethink your wardrobe and maybe your fiber intake. Is this thing on? All right, Dylan, here's your first sip. Okay, Max, it's time to strip your drip. It's now time for a mini game. It's time for Say It or Spray It. Since we're on the topic of it, what's the craziest thing you guys have done in the shower?
I'd prefer to spray that one, please.
Oh, you get a spray then. Next round is round two. Max and Emma, fast fashion retailer Zara is responsible for some horrible environmental impacts. Can you guess how many clothing items they manufacture annually?
300,000.
300,000?
400 million.
400 million, correct. Zara manages to manufacture more than 450 million clothing items every year. That's enough for every person in Wollongong to own 2,083 items each. Yep, not only does it look bad, but it is also extremely damaging to the environment. Emma, time to strip your drip. We're now on to round three. Okay, Max and Emma, can you guess which celebrity's wardrobe is the equivalent of using 75 million liters of water? Is it A, Kim Kardashian, B, Timothy Chalamet, or C, Kylie Jenner?
Kim Kardashian.
Kim Kardashian is correct. In 2022, Kim K visited a warehouse storing all of the clothes she owns on an episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians. She owned over 30,000 pieces of clothing. That's enough water to fill 30 Olympic swimming pools, or more importantly, enough water to get Dylan fully soaked at least 1,000 times. If you drank 3 liters of water each day, you'd need 2,283 years to drink the water in an Olympic swimming pool, or just one day for a comm student with a Frank Green. We're now on to round 4. Okay, guys, who can tell me which fast fashion company uses the largest amount of water worldwide?
Shein.
Shein?
H&M.
H&M. Sheen is correct. Sheen uses about 7 trillion litres of water annually. Emma, it's time to strip your drip. We're now on to round 5. Which of these is not true? We're now on to round 5. Which of these is not true? A, buying just one white cotton shirt produces the same amount of emissions as driving 56 kilometers in a car. Or B, the fashion industry is responsible for 10% of annual global carbon emissions.
B.
B? Trick question. Concerningly, they're actually both correct.
What? How am I meant to get that right?
Life isn't fair, man, and neither is water wastage. Guess what that means? It's time to strip it down, buddy.
Yeah.
Yo. We're now on to round 6. As we enter our final round, both our contestants are still dressed to impress. This round will be our tiebreaker, settled in a 5-question true or false speed run. So Max, are you feeling confident going into this last round?
Supremely confident.
Supremely confident. Why is that?
Well, I'm proud to say my family are actually co-founders of Sheen, so I have a good insight into the industry.
Right, okay. Emma, how are you feeling?
I'm just here to have fun.
You're just here to have fun. Alrighty. Now's the time for question 1. Denim jeans are one of the most water-intensive garments to produce. True or false?
False.
False? It is true. One pair of jeans can require up to 10,000 litres of water to produce. Question 2. Most of the water used in fast fashion is from washing clothes after they are purchased.
False.
You are correct. Most water is used in the wet processing stage when creating clothes. And now into question 3. 85% of textiles end up in the landfills annually.
True.
That is correct. Question 4. Fast fashion brands are producing twice the amount of clothes today than they were in the year 2000.
True.
Correct once again. And the last question, question number 5. The fashion industry is responsible for just under 10% of global wastewater.
True.
Sorry, buddy, it's actually false. The fashion industry is responsible for 20% of global wastewater. Time is up. Max, unfortunately, Emma beat you in that round, so you must strip one last time. Hands coming off. Very good, the box is on. Looking good. Emma, you are the winner of Rethink Your Drip. How do you feel?
I'm so happy that I'm not naked right now.
Yo. Unlike Max Sheen over here, as you are the winner, Emma, feel free to give him a spray. Here is your trophy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you all for watching. See you next time. Next time you're craving a one-wear fit, don't forget to rethink your drip.